Good evening. We'll call the September 23rd, 2024 regular city council meeting to order. If the clerk can call the roll.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
For the record, 5 present. Vice Mayor Lowing, I believe you have an announcement to make.
Yes, for tonight, I'm invoking the just cause provision of AB 2449. And that's because I'm traveling on city business to our sister city in Oaxaca, Mexico. And I have to disclose if there are any adults 18 or over in the room. And there is one who is my spouse, definitely over 18. Thank you.
Move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Assistant City Manager.
There are no changes tonight.
Thank you. I'm going to bring us to our closed session, public employee performance evaluations for the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. Let's take public comment.
Our first speaker is Tom H.
Feedback on the city manager's performance in responding to a request to improve the experience of middle school student athletes in Palo Alto. For background, many have found the city's management of middle school athletics program to be inadequate. As a head cross-country and track and field coach at JLS last year, I found that the city provided us inadequate support despite receiving over $50,000 in revenue from our 2 teams last year alone. A large part of the problem is that the city chooses to allocate 65% of the middle school athletics budget on city staff who do not directly support the teams. I addressed this issue by founding a nonprofit organization as an alternative to the city program with the mission of spending registration fees more efficiently to support student athletes. I've been asking the city since June to consent to our teams participating in league competitions, but the city is blocking their participation. Our nonprofit is currently supporting a thriving team of 62 JLS cross-country runners. We have demonstrated the value of investing registration fees back into our program, having hired non-parent coaches with expertise in our sport, while providing parent coaches the support that I believe is important to retain them. I note that 9 or 10 of the 10 non-Palo Alto schools in our league have middle school athletics programs managed by nonprofits. I am disappointed in the city manager's decision on this matter. I expect our city manager to act in the best interest of Palo Alto residents, especially our children. It is clear to me that allowing our team to participate in league competitions would benefit them, and I see no harm in doing so. The city has chosen to create their own competing team, and a few students have joined their team so that they can compete in league competitions. I expect that these students would join our team if we were allowed to compete in league competitions. If not, it would be easy for both teams to compete alongside each other, since cross-country is a simple sport where the athletes simply line up and race. I'm also disappointed with how the city manager has chosen to discuss this issue with us and with you. City staff initially declined to discuss my request. At a meeting on July 9th, city staff informed me of their plan of creating a competing team and told me that, quote, "You would be ruining our program by creating your own program." It became clear to me that we would need to wait until the teams were formed to continue the discussion. After the teams formed on August 24th, I asked city staff if they would be, quote, "open to discussing how we can best support our cross-country runners," and they declined. Later, on September 8th, one of you asked city staff what their objections were, and they did not reply. We spoke with the city manager and his staff on September 19th, and the city manager declined to share what harm he saw in granting our request. The city manager's performance regarding our request is hurting Palo Alto children, and I ask that you consider my feedback during his performance evaluation.
Our next speaker is Wei Fang P.
Thanks, everyone. I'm commenting on the same topic as Tom just talked about regarding the city manager and his department denying the opportunity of the JLS cross-country team run by Coach Tom's nonprofit to participate in the league competitions. So there's no excuse by the city manager and the city government to do this. except for three reasons. The first is about money. Every single year, the city collects close to $500,000 in registration fees from the middle school athletics program. Most of the money goes to pay a couple of city employees who do very little for the program. Coach Tom's model of nonprofit running the sports program is seen as a threat to that flow of free money. Second, it's about power. The city monopolizes the right for a sports team to participate in a league, and they are not ready to give away this power for nothing. If you dare to challenge them, they are ready to shut you out. But they forget it's the people of Palo Alto that give them this power. The last reason is about faith. It's a disgrace that the city treats the athletics program as a cash cow, not as a service to our children. Coach Tom demonstrated how to run the sports program 1,000 times better while charging a much lower registration fee. Whoever has been in charge of this city program should feel ashamed. But instead of letting go of their ego and admit failure, the city is actively fighting this grassroots effort by its own citizens. The fact is that many other cities have their sports programs run by nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on closed session item AA1.
Okay, thank you to our members of public. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
That was seconded by Councilmember Vinker. Perfect. All right, taking the vote. Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithgott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll go into closed session now. The estimated time is that we'll be done by 7 p.m. It likely will be longer than that, so that is just a very loose estimate. Okay, thank you. Let's go into closed session. All right, we're coming back from closed session. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for the long delay. Moving on now to public comment. How many speakers do we have signed up?
We have 8 requests to speak.
Okay, and just wish to remind the public of our policies that we're no longer allowing virtual speakers, so all speakers have to be in person. If you'd like to speak, please submit your comment cards to the clerk now. Just a couple of ground rules. First, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance. We strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. The intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in the public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we can't prevent a speaker from expressing their views no matter how much we may disagree. So if someone is saying something you disagree with, you can excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We won't tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone's guaranteed their time to speak. Ask that you don't clap or make other verbal remarks that they may make people feel uncomfortable. And finally, just ask that you honor people's personal space, right to express themselves. Please respect each other and the forum that we've created here for you to share your perspectives. And with that, I'll turn it over to Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Lisa M. Lisa M. Moving to our next speaker, Tom H.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this time tonight on your busy agenda. My name is Tom Harris. I'm the pastor at First Presbyterian Church, Palo Alto, where I've been serving now for 7 months. I'm on the steering committee of Multi-Faith Voices for Peace and Justice. And in my short time on that organization, I've been profoundly impressed with the work of this group to support multi-faith dialogue and action, even in times of extraordinary religious tension. In the group, we enjoy the faithful dedication of Samina Sundas, who will be speaking tonight as well, who is Muslim, and Rabbi Amy Eilberg, who is Jewish. On September 11th, Multi-Faith Voices sponsored a multi-faith peace picnic, though to be very accurate, Samina and American Muslim Voice Foundation and the Muslim community really did all the work, all the legwork to make it happen, all the organizing. Rabbi Amy also worked hard and successfully to encourage Jewish participation. The City Council agreed to support the event as well with a generous promise of financial support and plans to be represented among the speakers. As you probably know, days before the event, the organizers got word that a longtime co-sponsor of the event would be able to co-sponsor again this year, and of course, they were quickly added to the list. However, that organization's participation raised the objections of others in the religious community. Given those objections and short notice, City Council support and representation at the event was withdrawn, though I know there were some on council who continued to support the event. It doesn't matter so much. I don't really want to point fingers. What I'd like to say to you today is that I get it. I get that in these times with passions running so high, and then a last-minute controversy popping up, that some might feel a need to withdraw support for this multi-faith peace and unity event. So I would just urge you in the future to know what you're getting into when you support multi-faith work. Multi-faith work is hard, vulnerable, courageous work, especially right now. Multi-Faith Voices for Peace and Justice is all about inviting diverse people to a common table, and there can be hard conversations around that table. But we can't afford to decide who's allowed at the table and who is not, because none of us are completely innocent and none of us are perfect. If we say one group or another can't sit down to talk peace at this table because they're not perfect, we would very quickly have an empty table. So in the future, as representatives for the whole community, if you would like to sit down at the table, you are always invited, but be aware that you're going to sit with a bunch of imperfect people who are trying to find peace and justice and reconciliation and understanding amidst a world of fear and violence. It's a good place to be, but it will not be an easy place to be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Avram F.
So tonight I wanted to talk with you. I gave each of you a piece, this piece here, Stop U.S. Aid to Israel, done by my good friend and gun high school graduate of 1967. Stop U.S. Aid to Israel, and it was sponsored at 1988 piece. It reads, in 1988, US aid to Israel is $3.8 billion, almost $11 million a day. Israel has used this money to continue its 20-year illegal occupation of the Palestine and the West Bank and Gaza. Ending US aid can bring this agonizing conflict to a just and peaceful solution. Now, today, the despicable state of Israel killed somewhere around 500 people in Lebanon. They're expanding their genocidal war, the reach of it. But with reference to Mr. Minkler's piece, you can see this. He talked about censorship of the Jewish lobby back in 1988. He lives in Berkeley. During the 27 years, and now it's 36 years of poster making, no piece that I have created has been censored more than the Stop US Aid to Israel piece. When I made the poster in '88, it was displayed in restaurants, grocery stores, bakeries, all over Berkeley. Within 2 weeks from the time of its posting, all the posters had been removed. The merchants were told in no uncertain terms by Israeli supporters, quote, show the poster here and your business will suffer. Over the years, I have committed to continue to exhibit the piece with similar censorship results. As an end run around the censorship wall, I have set up this free Share the Commons website, and I exhibit the poster weekly on the street in Berkeley. Though it's been stolen twice, thrown in trash cans, and spit on, the majority of viewers indicate solidarity with its endorsers, and it continues to stop more people on the street than any other of my posters. He's a Smithsonian exhibited poster maker. Below is a letter written in response to a critic who attempted to persuade the director of La Peña Cultural Center to remove my Stop US Aid to Israel poster from display. The culture director was not influenced by the complaint letter and allowed me to respond personally. I'll start with what he said to the distractor who didn't want the piece up there. Your complaint to the Cultural Center has been referred to me for my response. I am the artist who created the poster you would like removed. Your statement that I depicted an Israeli soldier with racial features typical of anti-Semitic cartoons seems to be an attempt by you to distract people from the message of my poster, that is to stop US government from giving $11 million a day, and that's in 1988, to Israel. I'll finish right tonight, and I'll come back to more of this in the lobby next week and the week after.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L., followed by Steve R. Jennifer L. Moving to our next speaker, Steve R.
Well, thanks for giving me this chance. My name is Steve Rasmussen. I am a longtime and regular customer of El Camino Real businesses, Midtown, California Avenue, and I just had dinner this evening on University Avenue. I drive from my home in Menlo Park to shop in Palo Alto. For 45 years, I ran a very popular business called The Milk Pail in Mountain View. For some of you in the audience, you may remember that I had to fight vigorously to have viable parking available around the milk pail. Without adequate parking, I would have been ruined. Parking is the lifeblood of retail business. Last week, I visited one of my favorite shops on El Camino. Outside, near the front door, I saw an A-frame from Caltrans that read, no parking, 24 hours, September 15th through November 30th. I asked the owner about this sign. They did not know what it was about. Apparently, Caltrans, the project, did not reach out to her in a way that she understood what was before her. From my milk pail life experience, I strongly suspected that this sign was ominous. That night, I went online to see what I could find about Caltrans, El Camino Real, and Palo Alto parking. This is when I discovered that my friend's business was going to lose parking and be replaced with a bike lane. In the past few days, I have discussed with a few businesses that have A-frames on the sidewalk that say no parking. One very hardworking owner told me Saturday that 2 longtime customers that had had appointments had to cancel because there was no parking available due to the no parking signs. They said the customers said they would have to go elsewhere. I am here tonight to speak up for my hardworking small business owners along El Camino Real. I realize Palo Alto Council and Caltrans have approved El Camino Real without parking. I really wished that Palo Alto and Caltrans could have included and not excluded my business friends along El Camino Real. This means a lot to me. If you know the business that I mentioned, you know that I fought like hell for years. You got parking or you don't. I have no idea how this situation has developed along El Camino Real. And I know it's not limited to the Palo Alto Council. I know that Caltrans
Your time is up.
has something to do with it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samina S., followed by Thomas S.
Assalamu alaikum. May peace be upon all of you. My name is Samina Sundas. I'm the founder of American Muslim Voice Foundation and the residents of Palo Alto for over 40 years. In these 40 years, I have served Palo Alto and strive to make this community a better community. I have volunteered in school. I have cleaned highways. I have volunteered at Stanford Emergency Room. I have volunteered on sports, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, every place you could imagine. 9/11 changed my life forever. I had a business in Palo Alto. As a single mom, that's how I raised my kids, family childcare and home preschool. My clients stayed with me, but after 3 years, when they moved, I couldn't replace my clients because all of a sudden, I became a terrorist. Since then, since I lost my business, the world gave me lemons and I decided to make the best lemonade possible. That's when I started my organization and started to do the community building and peace building. 21 years I have been doing that. But this past 9/11 or 10th, that changed with, I don't know who made this decision. That's why I'm here. I want to understand. I want in writing so I could understand what power changed that in one strike, that all of a sudden the work I have been doing so dedicatedly became a controversy. All I was told was by mayor was that some Jewish congregations just had problem with care. Why in this day and age we are not given equal rights? Because it's just like whoever can decide, Muslims are not just belonging here can decide. CARE is labeled as a terrorist organization. Not at all. You don't know, but I do. If a Muslim organization is labeled a terrorist organization, their office would be shut down. They will be put in prison. So no, I knew that. So please, I'm requesting you to tell me what basis you made this decision so I understand. So I would have stamina and courage and spirit to go on, because since that day, I feel like I'm broken. I feel like I'm in pain. I've been in pain since October 8th. I hate what Hamas did to attack Israel, but nobody is seeing what has been happening since then. Over 50,000 people have
Your
died.
time is up.
Please, they are human beings too.
Our next speaker is Thomas S., followed by John K.
Hi, my name is Thomas E. Smith, and recently there was somebody murdered in the Bryant Street parking garage, and he looked a lot like me. And he was the same age, the same height, the same weight. And my sister now is a prime suspect in an attempted homicide case. Yes, I am that guy. And the people she deals with on a weekly, monthly, or yearly basis, the businessmen who turn a blind eye to what's going on and just comply with it, I mean, to the point of conspiracy, well, I'm going to go after them with everything, every fierceness that the law can muster. Like elder abuse, gross negligence, conspiracy. You guys ever thought about that? Now, I've got a sister who ditched me at the hospital, didn't leave me with her phone number or her address or any way to get a hold of her so she could just play hide and seek with that information. So, and finally she got so desperate just to get me out of the way, we suspect. And come to think of it, I was in the hospital for a MRSA infection. That's a staph infection that's deadly. Well, the nurse told me there are other people in the hospital with MRSA. Well, I'm looking into that, whether she was going around infecting things in order to try to poison me with that. So it would be the second attempt on my life that I'm highly suspicious of. And on a lighter note, I've invented something new. It is called the ruffle towel. It is for women on the beach who don't want to be ogled at so much. So I got the idea from a women's undergarment playing tennis. It had ruffles on there. So the towel is 2.5 by 3, 2.5 by 4, 2.5 by 5. And there's a shorter one in case she wants to show a little leg off. You know, girls they don't want you to look at them, but then again, it's 2.5 by 16 inches, like a wraparound. And so that is, and I've got some other things planned. But anyhow, so I hope the ladies go out and they buy this. I don't know what the men are going to think about it on the beach, but I probably won't be liked too much by them. But anyhow, so that's the news that I have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Kay.
Mayor Stone, council members, I know it's a late night, so I'll just be very brief. First thing, I'd like to commend you, and I'd especially like to commend Director Late for preparing what I think is version 6 or perhaps 7 of the housing element that has been accepted by the Housing and Community Development Department of the state of California. So congratulations on that regard. I have one minor suggestion about the version of the agenda that's here in the building. I think it'd be really nice to have a light out there on the table so that people could read it. And the third thing is a request. In tonight's agenda on both item 3 and item 11, there are long tables presented in PDF format, which have basically come out of some spreadsheet or another. If you're someone who's trying to understand the information in the staff reports, it's almost impossible to reorganize and recategorize that information in a means that's accessible. I believe that the source documents for those materials are probably spreadsheets of one form or another, then they're put into PDF. And if you want to try to understand the data in them, it's almost impossible to do that. So I would ask that when there are such materials in staff reports, that they be accompanied by a CSV file or an Excel file, something where you could actually do something with the data. It'd be much appreciated. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to council member comments, questions, announcements, but do want to, coming out of closed session, forgot to mention, no reportable action. And now council member comments, questions, and announcements. Anyone? Councilmember Vinker?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have an important revision to an event coming up on Sunday at 1 o'clock. The Sibling Cities USA is sponsoring a town hall on democracy, specifically voter access and turnout, very timely, but it will no longer be in person. It will be online. This one, we'll have a second one on housing in October, will for sure be in person. There's a long series of reasons for that, but we're looking forward to it. The League of Women Voters and Braver Angels are cooperating with it and with us, and will be helping facilitate the session. And those are Braver Angels and League of Women Voters in both cities. So it should be a good, informative discussion, and we hope as many of you as possible will join us. But remember, it is online.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes, as many of you know, the Caltrain electrification was launched this weekend, free rides all weekend long. And we had this big event in the Palo Alto Intermodal Center. I had been under the mistaken understanding that there were about 3,000 people there, and I was corrected. Over the course of the hours, there were about 8,000 people. So I just want to share that. I'm blown away by it. And then one other thing we have on an upcoming October 21st tentative agenda is the council to review and determine whether they'll take positions on state and local ballot measures. And I wanted to encourage the mayor and the vice mayor and the city manager to try to bring that forward to an earlier date, because by that time, about half the votes have already been cast. And it would be much more effective if we could do that, even if it means our Sacramento lobbyists would be participating remotely. Thanks.
Councilman Lithcott-Aim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually want to give kudos to the mayor and Councilmember Burt, because they were two of the people at this 8,000 person event who spoke from the dais about the electrification of Caltrain. And our Congresswoman was there, and county supervisors were there, and other dignitaries. And our Councilmember Burt and Mayor Stone really did the city proud with their remarks. Which is hard to do in a crowd of that type. So good job, gentlemen. You represented the city quite well. And the second thing I wanted to say is we have an election coming up in November. We're all aware of that. Right here on council, people are running to replace folks who are terming off, and people are running for re-election. And there's an important candidates forum. If you haven't yet had the opportunity to come see the, I believe it's 9 candidates, Palo Alto Neighborhoods is putting on a candidate forum at Mitchell Park from 7 to 9 p.m. It's really important that people be involved in the process. Date, October 3rd, 7 to 9 p.m., Mitchell Park, El Palo Alto room. Great opportunity to come out and hear from colleagues who are running for re-election, as well as others who are trying to fill these seats.
Thank you. Councilman Koo?
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I would like to report out on our ad hoc, retail ad hoc that took place on September 18th. The retail committee discussed recommendations from staff, as well as what PTC, Planning and Transportation Commission, had discussed and recommended in order to enhance and facilitate retail and economic vibrancy throughout the city. It's one of the one big part of the City Council's economic and development transition priority for 2024. The Retail Committee recommends that the City Council move on some immediate items, some near-term items, and some longer-term items. This will be coming back to Council for formal action on each of these phases. The Retail Ad Hoc Committee did go ahead and have some formal action to take place in immediate phases and near term. Some of them are going back to Planning and Transportation Commission for review and for discussion. At the longer term, staff will be working on comprehensive zoning ordinance update. Thank you.
Thank you. I got just 2 things, 2 upcoming events. I want to encourage everyone to go to the first one is coming up this Saturday, September 28th, from 1 to 3 p.m. at the Mitchell Park Community Center for the Clean Air at Home event. where you'll be able to enjoy ice cream while learning about the best ways to clean the air inside and outside of your home. You can learn tips to switch to all electric, find ways to transform your house into a cleaner, healthier, and more affordable home. And then the other exciting event, and there's a lot of events going on, is Bike Palo Alto, which is on Sunday, October 6th from 1 to 3 p.m. at Fair Meadow School. That's 500 East Meadow Drive. It's a free event to help you explore Palo Alto's parks, open spaces, and other fun destinations by using route maps to bike bridges and tunnels, off-road trails. So great spot, pop-up traffic garden, how to fit your helmet, safe riding tips, etc., and just connect with fellow bikers. So hope to see everybody out at those two events. And Councilmember Vinker, you want another round?
Just a footnote on yours, because I forgot about the Clean Air Day on Saturday. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District will also be down here with a table and can answer any questions about the upcoming appliance rules, the no-NOx water heaters and furnaces that are coming up soon, and other clean air things along with our local folks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, move on to consent calendar items 2 through 9. That will take public comment first, right? Yeah, let's do public comment and then we'll.
All right, our first speaker for consent calendar items is Jade C.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jade Chow. I am a Palo Alto resident, mom of 2 young adults, a former president of the Council of PTAs in the Palo Alto Unified School District. I'm also the co-chair of this year's Palo Alto Community Health Fair and board member of the Palo Alto YMCA. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident, neighbor, and mother of children who care deeply about all children's health and their well-being. Thank you for staying the course to continue to align this city's enforcement to the county's policy to not allow retail smoke shops to sell to young people the very addictive and flavor enticing tobacco products and impose stiff penalties if they do. 2 days ago, the city of Palo Alto co-sponsored a community outreach and engaging health fair at Mitchell Park Community Center. Thank you, Mayor Stone, Councilwoman Vicki Ventker, and Councilmember Pat Burt for attending the event and speaking for us and to local nonprofits, high school student volunteers, doctors, and community members. Over 1,000 people attended the fair. I see that we had competition. Thanks to your unwavering support for good health, this is part of the Healthy Palo Alto Initiative and Healthy Bay Area cities. Keeping our kids from tobacco addiction is key. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is John Kay.
Mayor Stone, council members, if Director Late were here tonight, I think he would be saying something to the effect that I shouldn't talk to you about the absolute level of the impact fees because that's going to come back to you at some point in the future. I think that's a fair point. I put that in a letter that I sent to you last night, so I'm going to skip that point. But what I do want to talk about is something that's perhaps even more important. And the item that's before you on consent consent item number 3 is a change in the way that impact fees are calculated, development impact fees are calculated in Palo Alto. And the essence of the action that's being proposed by staff is to shift from a per unit basis to a per square foot basis. And I want to submit to you that there's not the information, nor is there the language in the ordinance that's going to accomplish what I think you're trying to accomplish with this. So to understand this, there's a whole bunch of additional information that's really not presented in the staff report, nor is it presented in the memorandum from DTA. And the thing that I think the headline on the action is, or the thing that you need to understand very fundamentally is that there are 2 different rates here. There's one rate that's being proposed for single-family homes and another rate for multifamily homes. And those rates differ tremendously. They differ by roughly 250%. So there's a per square foot rate of, I think it's $21.10 for single-family homes. But if you're talking about an apartment, or if you're talking about a condominium or other forms of multifamily housing, it's $49.99 if you combine all the rates. It's about $50. So that's about a 250% difference. So that's just the rack rate. That's the headline thing that's in the report that you should pay attention to. I think that's fundamentally unfair. So I'm talking about the comparative rates for these two things rather than just the absolute level. But the other thing that you really do not understand, because it's not presented in the staff report, is that there's a policy in Palo Alto not to charge impact fees for scrapes or additions to single-family houses. And this makes the situation even worse. There's nothing that I can see in the ordinance that's going to change that policy. So if you enact this, you're going to have what are essentially impact-free zones for huge swaths of R1 districts in Palo Alto. And then you're going to be faced with the question of what are you going to do about proportionality analysis for ADUs when you're not charging any impact fees for homes that are scraped and that are rebuilt. There's a lot more in my letter, but my time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Penny E, followed by Carol B.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Penny Elson. I didn't think I was going to get a chance to speak, but I thank you for that. And I want to thank Mayor Stone for his mention of Bike Palo Alto, which is why I'm here tonight. I just want to share with the community that a group of community volunteers, along with PTAs and the City of Palo Alto and sponsors at Stanford Research Park, are all working together to create this free event that helps people provides people with maps to help them explore and discover the wonderful bike routes we have in Palo Alto and the amazing bicycle facilities and tunnels and bridges that have been created by our city to make this a wonderful place to ride a bicycle. In addition to that, we know that the organizers know that sometimes people don't ride a bike because something happens, like they get a rusty chain or they have a flat tire and they don't know how to fix it. We offer mini bike tune-ups, minor repairs at this event to help get their bikes in shape so they have a fun ride. We offer help with teaching families how to properly fit a bicycle helmet so it keeps our noggins safe. And lots of other goodies like free bike lights while they last to help people who ride at night be more visible.
Right, Penny, is this related to one of our consent items?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was in addition to public speaking. Excuse me.
No, sorry, we moved on to the consent calendar.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I did that.
Good information. Thank you.
Bye.
Our next speaker is Carol B. Carol B, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you. My name is Carol Baker. I'm co-chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara County, and I would like to speak on item 8. Thank you for all that you have done in the past to protect your residents from tobacco-related disease, especially your youth who might otherwise become addicted. It's good that you are following the examples set by the County Board of Supervisors. They are comprehensive, and it will be good to have as many cities as possible on the same page. I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to thank you for these actions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Council. My name is Amy Ashton. I'm Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward. I'm here to comment on consent item number 3. and that is the fee changes for multifamily and residential fees for parks and community centers and libraries. We understand that these changes are primarily to meet AB 602 requirements, and they're a good start and remind us of two things. Number one, single family fees are substantially lower than multifamily fees and represent a real source of embedded inequality in our housing system. And number two, where we should be showing about 800 units approved to meet our housing element goals, we are showing 0 units. We have a long way to go in removing barriers to housing, including high and inequitable fees. So we look forward to the fee study that will be coming in December 2025 and substantive and what we hope will be important changes in 2026. So thank you so much for your service tonight, and I look forward to the discussion.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items 2 through 9.
Okay, thank you. Do just request to pull first. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3, please.
All right, Councilmember Vinker.
I concur with pulling item 3.
All right, I'll vote to pull item 3 as well. So that's 3 votes to pull item 3. So it has been removed. We'll come back to the assistant city manager in a second to figure out when we'll reschedule that. Councilmember Koo.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 6 and item 9. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I was going to pull 3, but you guys redid it. So let's see, no on item 4 and 6.
Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll second.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
motion carries.
Great, thank you. Councilmember, let's just go in order up here. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. I'll start with item 4. So item 4 is 4 different professional services contract. And as I've done for many times before, if there's not a range of bids, I will vote no, and there's no range of bids on this. There's a range of hourly fees, but it doesn't say, because these are different type of work for each 4 of these contracts, it doesn't specify what was the range for each of these contract types. So because no bids, no vote. And altogether, this is about $1.2 million contract across the 4 contracts. So it's a pretty big amount not to get, or not to know what the bids or range of bids are. So it's hard to know whether they were high end, low end, where they are. So definitely can't support number 4. The other issue on it was the scope of the task order is also very unclear. So that's another reason why I didn't want to support it. Item 6 is a $750,000 extension. And as I've done many times before, if I see an extension, especially one that's a substantial amount as this one is, I would expect to see what the performance of the contractor, of the vendor was. And there is none. There's no mention about the performance of the vendor, whether it's good, bad, same or whatever. It's just extension. And when we're spending this kind of money, we need to actually look, especially if we're not planning to get multiple bids. There's no competitive bids on this project. We could do better. And I think it's important that we improve the procurement process in our city.
Councilman Koo?
Yeah, on item number 6, pretty much similar to what Councilmember Tanaka said. It's 7 contracts, and I haven't been really impressed with some of the contracts, some of the performances from certain contractors. So I'm not quite ready to extend or make an amendment to the amount that is indicated, or to even extend the contracts. On number 9, I had originally voted no, and so I want to restate my no on the second reading. I'll reintroduce the first reading. So I continue to say no. I cannot certify the environmental report when there are mitigation after mitigations on paper. However, it doesn't really truly equate to living through the impacts. And secondly, there is actually no parking for people with disabilities, and seems to be a discrimination and legal issue. But thank you.
All right, thank you. And with item 3 being pulled, I'll turn to Assistant City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Kylie Noze, Assistant City Manager. With that and looking at your tentative agendas, I think it's best for us just to do a date uncertain, and we'll work with the Mayor and Vice Mayor to find a date.
Great, thank you. And with that, we'll stay with you for City Manager comments.
Got it. Thank you. While the clerk pulls that up, just a note, staff has shared the National Weather Service heat advisory today. That's actually in effect for today and tomorrow. We've also issued it with the expectation that temperatures may rise over the weekend too. Next slide. I raise that because, as the council identified during your comments, we have a lot of activities and events for the community this week and this weekend. I won't highlight all of them. There are some on this page. You can find all of these events and more on our website at www.cityofpaloalto.org/fall events. A couple that weren't mentioned in council member comments today are the Transportation Open House, which is tomorrow, Tuesday at 6 p.m. at the Palo Alto Art Center. This is actually a direct outgrowth from one of our town halls and the desire for additional conversation about transportation. The other one is the Great Glass Pumpkin Patch, which is this Saturday and Sunday at the Palo Alto Art Center. Next slide, please. All right, we have a couple of opportunities right now, specifically for the community to engage with. The Palo Alto Community Survey is out. So the survey is open to all residents online. You can find it at www.cityofpaloalto.org/community survey 2024. Some of the residents and community members have received paper surveys in the mail. Please use that paper survey to share your thoughts. This is important because there's the statistical sampling associated with that. So the survey does close on October 7th, and we do encourage all to use that as a feedback tool. The second is the Parks and Recreation Commission recruitment. So the city is recruiting for 1 partial term seat on that commission, which would expire in March of 2026. Please apply by October 6th on the PRC website. Next slide, please. The Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo new ticket prices, which were adopted in the 2025 budget and fee schedule, will go into effect this October 1st. Although the price does remain more affordable than most regional zoos, the additional funding is used to support improved animal care, expanding some of the community programs, and more hands-on animal interactions. So the new ticket price will be $14 during peak hours. During non-peak hours, ticket prices will remain the same at $10, and discounted low-income access will continue. Next slide, please. So notable tentative upcoming council agenda items. Next week, you have a number of closed sessions primarily for more council appointed officer evaluations. October 7th, we have both closed session as well as commission work plans. October 21st, state and local ballot measures review for the upcoming November election. as well as more boards and commission work plans. One thing to note, you'll see we skip October 12th, or I'm sorry, October 14th, as that is a no meeting day in recognition of Indigenous Peoples Day. Next slide, please. And as always, different ways for the community and folks to engage with the council and staff. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. That brings us to our one and only action item for the evening. Review the procurement process, review audit and supplemental information regarding competitive solicitation outcomes and approve the audit. Great, see our city auditor, so turn it over to the city auditor. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Kate Murdoch, City Auditor. Tonight, we're presenting the results of the procurement process review audit. This audit was part of the FY23 audit plan, and work was completed in the fall of 2023. Due to changes in management in the auditor's office and the administrative services department, this audit was presented at the August 13th, 2024 Policy and Services Committee meeting. Policy and Services Committee members raised several questions about the results of the audit and the scope of work that was completed. The auditor's office followed up on these requests for additional information about the competitive bidding process and completed a second assessment of 11 of the 50 contracts initially analyzed. Overall, we found the city largely follows the competitive bidding process as set forth in the city's purchasing manual. Mike Chimera will present our audit findings and results.
Thanks, Kate. Good evening, council members. I'm Mike Chimera, manager at Baker Tilly. I'll be presenting the procurement process audit results. Next slide, please. First, I'm going to highlight the objectives of the audit. One, determine whether the procurement process is efficient and effective. Second was to assess control activities such as approvals and segregation of duties. Third, we were to analyze the use of technology in the procurement process. And lastly, identify areas of improvement. Next slide, please. During the audit, we tested 50 contracts, assessing multiple criteria for each one. For example, we looked at whether contract solicitation and award limits were followed and determined if the competitive bidding process was followed as outlined in the city's municipal code. Next slide, please. First finding, supporting documentation for contract award. Overall, we found that the city was in alignment with the competitive bidding process as only 6 deficiencies were noted. These deficiencies were related to a lack of documentation. We recommend the city implements formal processes for ensuring necessary documentation is retained. Next slide, please. Upon request from the Policy and Services Committee, the city auditor assessed 11 of the 50 sampled contracts specifically for the competitive bidding procedures. 3 of the 11 were exempt from the competitive bidding process due to only being one vendor available. 6 of the 11 contracts received multiple bids, 3 being the lowest bidder and 3 being the best value. 2 contracts were missing Appendix D noted in finding 1. Next slide, please. Finding 2, the city's purchasing manual had some inconsistencies, including outdated chapters, missing appendices. Essentially, we recommend that the city considers adding accurate and appropriate chapter titles and include all the relevant appendices. Finding 3, needs assessment and market analysis. It was noted the city lacks a formalized needs assessment process in its purchasing manual. Essentially, we recommend incorporating a formal needs assessment and market analysis process inside of the city's purchasing manual. For the last finding, it was noted that there were 28 duplicate vendors in the master listing. Although the ERP system allows for duplicate vendors to be created, the good news is there's compensating control in place where city personnel check for vendor titles prior to creating the vendor. We recommend the city implements additional application controls to reduce the occurrence of those duplicate vendors.
Thanks, Mike.
Yes.
The Administrative Services Department assessed solicitations from July 2023 to July 2024 in response to committee members' requests for additional information. Their findings support what our sample found, that slightly less than 30% of solicitations receive only one bid. They also gathered vendor feedback, which suggests that a lack of bandwidth to take on city projects and not having the requested products or expertise were some of the reasons why vendors cited for not participating in the process. So this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'll turn it over before we go to public comment to Councilmember Koo, if you'd like to say anything as the Chair of Policy and Services.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I think mostly Auditor Murdoch had have spoken as to the reason why this was not unanimously voted on and was brought to council. Mainly the former auditor had in FY23 had this task, and due to a change of management, Ms. Murdoch got it. And so the scope was something that the committee asked about, and some of the questions is answered here today. However, I think that it was more on the procedures, on how the report is written and how it is reported out, that I think my committee colleagues had some questions on. So it may still not be answered tonight, but I'm sure the auditor and staff will give it a good try. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to public comment.
There are no hands raised and no requests to speak.
All right, then we'll return back to the dais for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, I'll just say that two of the things that just seem real valuable to me out of the audit are the use of a checklist so that we avoid inadvertently leaving off a step or other procedural matter, and this needs assessment that it's a little bit of a misnomer in my mind calling it a needs assessment, but nevertheless, it's really a divine, I think, a definition of the purpose and scope of the purchase. So those seem like good, sound recommendations, and those and the others look like they're valuable. Can we get from staff implementation schedules on the audit recommendations?
Relative to the two you speak of?
Well, really the whole set.
Oh, of course. If we can go through the findings, there are 4 findings in there. So let me just make sure I don't speak out of turn. Let's see. So finding 1 relates to the checklist. So that is already incorporated in our new technology called OpenGov. And so what we're doing right now is by December of this year, we're going to roll out the intake process to all the departments. Currently, it's been rolled out to a handful of departments. So we'll be incorporating that in December. And we're hoping to use technology and kind of automating the checklist process, which will make it a bit more user-friendly and streamlined for our customers, which are our departments. So that'll be in December. The second relates to updating the purchasing manual to reflect like a table of content, and also to include a section regarding design build solicitation. And we note here that we'll have this updated in November with the help of the city attorney's office. Finding 3 relates to the needs assessment. So the departments do some of their own needs assessment and market analysis when, especially when the market is well defined. And so what we've decided and indicated here is we'll start asking the departments if such assessment has been done, and then receive that information and include it as a part of that solicitations, documentation, and filing. So we're going to incorporate that right now, and then make sure that our purchasing staff are trained and are being consistent in that regards. And then finding number 4 relates to the way SAP is set up. It mandates that we create new vendors when a vendor has multiple addresses. And so that's not something we can alter. Vendors have multiple addresses. Sometimes their headquarters is different than their ship and billing address. So what we have indicated here is we will continue to work with SAP to see if they'll develop a fix that is going to address this issue. In the time being, though, we currently operate under procedures that require staff to check for duplicate vendors, and then also to avoid any duplicate vendors as well. So those are the 4 findings and our responses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for your work on this. Let's see, I was looking at the finding 1. It says 2 contracts failed testing. So basically 2 contracts in terms of failed testing. I don't know if you could explain a little bit more about what that means.
Sure. So for those 2, basically the checklist to show that, apologies, I'm going to just make sure that I'm not speaking out of turn now. So with this, it was basically that we did not see the paperwork to show that it was exempt from the competitive bidding process. So typically when a solicitation is exempt from the competitive bidding process, a form is filled out. In these 2 instances, they were not filled out.
Okay. Okay. So what was supposed to happen was all 11 contracts were claimed to be exempt from the competitive bidding process, but you found 2 of the 11 where there's no paperwork to justify it. Is that what you're saying?
2 of the 50. So we had an original sample of 50 contracts.
Mm-hmm.
2 of those failed that particular test. When we then pulled, an additional when I went back and looked at 11 of those in more detail, 2 of them that I included in that was those 2 that had failed.
Okay, so you assessed 11 of the 50 sampled contracts. So you basically picked 50 random contracts, and then you assessed 11 of them for competitive bidding. Is that basically what you're saying?
Right, and in response to
So
the policy and
you did a
services
sample of a
committee.
sample, essentially. Is that so? This 11 is a sample of a 50. Is that
right? So, and that work came out of the policy and services committee meeting. So the initial work was of those 50 contracts. And then when questions were asked about the work that was done, I went and looked at 11 of those 50 to see what I could determine.
Okay. And so for these 2 contracts that failed testing, what's the, how do we mitigate this issue? How do we make sure it doesn't happen again in the future?
Sure. So, I think this is part of the recommendation that we had regarding the checklist. So having specific procedures that are being looked at and checked off and marked.
I see. Okay, that makes sense. One of the issues that I talked about at the last meeting was, and it's the very reason why I voted no on an item, even though maybe it was okay tonight on the consent calendar, was, and it really annoys me, and it probably doesn't annoy my colleagues as much, but it really annoys me that on staff reports, frequently, they do not report the range of bids, right? So it's hard to know whether it's a high bid, low bid. So like for tonight on the consent calendar, on item 4, there's 4 different contracts, and it gives you a range of numbers, but not for any one of those 4 contracts. So you don't know where the number is. It's almost like in my mind, almost like a deliberate attempt to obfuscate. Like, did we get the high bid, low bid? I can't tell by looking at it. And so did you guys do any research on that, and why is that happening? And why have I been complaining about it for the past 7.5 years and still we get staff reports that don't show the range of bids?
So my recollection, and I'll let Mike jump in if he has more information, is that we didn't I think we looked at the staff reports as part of, was this information being communicated? But I don't think we looked at that specific issue. Mike, do you have anything further on that?
I don't have anything further to add.
Okay. I would say management may be able to answer that question or have a perspective on that question.
Can staff shed some light on this?
So let me summarize the practice of how we report the bid summary. And so the bid summary, as noted in that table there, indicates the RFP that was published, the date it was published, how long it was published out there, the number of receipts in terms of proposals, and then also importantly is the number of non-responsive proposals, and it provides the range. Likewise, underneath that table tabulation is a discussion about the evaluation committee, the evaluation criterias, and how they came about making their recommendation. And typically that is summarized in the agenda report, wherein we have any solicitation that has 0 or 1 bid. We indicate the research, if we were able to ascertain in the market why vendors were not willing to respond. We do follow up research, and we also indicate that information in the agenda report when such research yields additional information as well. It is important for us to get multiple bids. We always endeavor to do so, but when we don't, we do research and follow up and try to be transparent to the council and to the community.
Okay, great. But I guess that doesn't answer my question. Like, so on item 4, if I go to packet page 46, right, it has, because there was four separate contracts for 4 different things. And it's not just this time, it's many times. I mean, you hear me almost every week complain about, hey, I don't know the range of the bid, so I'm gonna vote no on it, right? And so it's not a new thing. I've been doing it for years now. And so why is it so hard? Because you actually know what the range of the bids are. You actually know whether it was the high bid, low bid, or whatever. You actually know. Why not just put it in the staff report? Why is it so difficult to do that?
It is in the staff report in that table called proposal price range.
It's not though. There's 4 different contracts. There's 4 different contracts, and each contract's for a different thing. So it has a range of dollar values, but you don't know which of the 4 it belongs to, because there should be a range for each of the 4 contracts.
So, so you're wanting specifics of all bids summarized in all agenda reports?
Yeah, definitely. So basically, if the bid, I want to know, was it a high bid, low bid? Where did it fall in the range? And sometimes, okay, this one at least has the range, but some of them have no range at all, which is even worse. This one has a range, but it's all 4 contracts are squished together, so you can't tell where the range was.
Yeah. Let us take this information. As you know, the operations of the city is very complex, and hence our solicitations don't always package real easily in agenda report as well. And so pricing and bids may vary depending on the complexity of the solicitation, but I hear what you're saying is provide some more specifics than what we've done already.
Because like right now, like for my house, I'm trying to get a fence redone and some tree work. And it's like putting the 2 types of work together in one and having it arranged. So I can't tell, is my tree work a high bid, low bid, and is my fence work? It's like bizarre, right? The way it was done.
So just one additional point, council member. Each of the contracts are attached to the staff report, and they all have a Schedule C. And so if you look at those Schedule Cs, you'll notice that there are a plethora of hourly rates in there, depending on the individuals within that contract that will be working on a task order or a project. So this isn't necessarily, these contracts as professional services are not like construction ones where there's a complete totality final bid price and a like it will cost us X dollars to build this building.
Sure.
They do provide us, these are the costs per hour of different levels of staffing. And so that's why staff have provided the range.
Okay, but this is not the first time. So, and I would say that you could still say for the comparable type of work, this is how they fall, but it's hard to even know by looking at this today. Maybe other people here could figure it out, but I couldn't figure it out. And then the second thing is single bids. And this is something that also really annoys me because sometimes these bids are for a lot of money. And we only get one bid. And I see that we have 26%, which actually probably is about right. I mean, if I look at, my average rate of saying no, it's not even 26. So it's probably about right. So maybe I should be voting no more often. But I mean, and to me, what really annoys me is when it's a single bid and it's a lot of money. It just seems like there's some sort of breakdown in the procurement process. And we've had people come to council and speak during public comment about some of the unfairness in the procurement. And we have a reputation of being a hard city to work for. We also have a reputation of like sometimes we put out a RFP and it has egregious terms, and then we turn around and do a single award because we see there's no bids. It also doesn't seem right. So I guess I'm just wondering if maybe the auditor or staff has done some work as to why do we have, especially for I understand it's for like $1,000, okay, no big deal, but sometimes these contracts are in the millions of dollars and there's a single bid, and I guess we need to do some self-reflection as to why do we only get one bid? What's going wrong for us to only get one bid? So I don't know if maybe the auditor can answer, maybe shed some light on this, or staff has some insight as to what's going on, but it just seems like it's hard to get a good value if you only get a single bid.
Sure. So when I took the additional look at the 50 contracts and I pulled that sample of 11, the three that had only one bid were sole vendors in that space in California at that time. So that seemed, reasonable that
sure
somebody else was acting in that space. And then the other six of the 11 contracts, 3 had selected the lowest bidder, 3 selected the best value. So, that definitely was a part of our testing. And I think that's, a failing of on our part was not putting more detail in the audit report about all the work that was done. But we did look at the competitive bidding process. We did look at whether it was reasonable. And that's why there are no findings related to that in the report.
Is 26% like because I'm just trying to think of my own personal life, and maybe I'm exceptional here, but like for me, anything like when it's a big ticket item, anything over let's say a certain amount of money for myself personally, I will always get multiple bids, right? Especially when it's a big purchase like a car or something like that, or a house, I would definitely shop around. But it doesn't seem like that's the case here. And I guess I understand if there's only one vendor possible. I totally get that. But sometimes there isn't, right? And 26% of the time seems like a really high rate to me. That there's all, we're in a capitalistic marketplace, right? So usually there's competitors up the kazoo for everything. So it just seems really weird that 26% of the time in a capitalistic market, we only get one bid. It just seems really odd that, like it seems like no matter what industry, what product, there's like multiple people doing the same thing. So I just find it hard to believe that for the services that the city needs, that it's so unique that there's only one person, like 26% of the time, there's only a single vendor who does it. It just doesn't seem very likely to me.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So subsequent to the P&S committee meeting, I asked staff to aggregate all the formal bids we did in that past year because I really wanted to follow up on this. It turns out that purchasing staff does research on solicitations that have 0 or 1 bid results. They contact other vendors that might have pulled down the solicitation and inquire as to why they did not submit a bid. They keep a record and a notation in the SAP system. And so what we found in our research, either some of them don't have the time to respond, as we know with surveys, but a lot of them did respond. And the essence of their response was they didn't have the availability or bandwidth to take on the city project. That was really important. And two is they did not have the products or the expertise as described in the scope of work. But what I want to represent to the council and to this community is when we have low bids, we do research to find out why some of these vendors didn't respond. So we have researched and wanted to share that subsequent to the P&S committee concerns.
Okay, well, I would suggest to put that in the report, staff report, say, hey, we reached out, and this is why people refuse to bid, right? I think that would be a good thing to have. Other thing is, I would think, and maybe the auditor could do this, but I think it'd be really helpful if we benchmark other cities. It's 26% what other cities get, right? I suspect it's high compared to other cities because I've talked to various contractors and they say, oh yeah, bidding on Palo Alto stuff is tough, right? So I think we have to kind of think about why vendors are reluctant to bid on our projects. And then the other thing is, I often see in staff reports that bids are disqualified, right? So we get a bunch. We sometimes do get multiple bids, and then staff says we disqualify it, and there's not a word in there in the staff report anywhere that says why is it disqualified. And I guess I never quite understood why not. Like, why don't we say why is it disqualified? Like, not enough experience, didn't have license, bad references. I don't know, but what is there some reason why we don't disclose why we disqualified a bid? And maybe while they're talking, Kate, I don't know if you could just is that something you guys could do as part of your audit work? Is just benchmark us against other cities? Like, how often do other cities get, no, like a single bid versus other ones, like so Mountain View or Menlo Park, right? I mean, I'd be really curious, but this strikes me as a really high number.
Sure. I mean, benchmarking is something that we do in some of our audit reports. We didn't do that in this report. I will say that we went over budget with this project. And so, I think that there was somewhat of constraints. My colleague was saying that is something that they consider doing, but benchmarking is very, very difficult. Even from my time in other audit shops, it is a very difficult engagement. It's hard to compare apples to apples when you're looking at two different cities and two different municipalities, how they do things, the size that they are and everything else.
Well, you might find that other cities are at 30%, so we're actually doing really well. You don't know, right? But it just, to me personally, it seems really high for an economy like ours where there's, I can't think of a single market where there's only a single player. I mean, usually there's multiple players in every single market, every single category.
Councilmember Tanaka, you're significantly over time. Can we let others?
Yeah, okay, I have more, but I'll go later.
Okay, perfect. And I do just want to correct one thing out of fairness to staff. Councilmember Tanaka said that that information was not in the staff report regarding the summary of the vendor feedback. It actually was in the staff report, so I do appreciate staff including that in the feedback in the report, because that's important information. It's important that we council members read the report. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also on P&S and just want to thank Ms. Murdoch and Mr. Camara and Ms. Lai. This is, for three of us, our second opportunity to grapple with this issue. And there was quite a bit of concern raised in P&S, some of which has been brought back up tonight. I happen to agree with Councilmember Tanaka's premise that one bid is potentially problematic, particularly if it turns out that over time we're often having a one bid situation. It becomes something we ought to be curious about. So we did learn at P&S that this was beyond the scope. The questions we were asking about one bid were beyond the scope of the audit sought. In addition, we had had a prior auditor working on it, so there was a little bit of a lack of familiarity at Baker Tilly just owing to turnover. And I want to say in that context, I'm impressed that here we are now in September and both Baker Tilly and Ms. Lai and her team have done follow-up in response to the very robust conversation we did have in August. So I just want to express gratitude for that. You all did drill into 11 of the 50 contracts and learned that only a small number were one bid. So my question on that is, why did we decide? I don't recall that PNS said, hey, let's check 11 of the 50. How is that number decided? It leaves me wondering, what about the other 39? How many of them were one bid? Tell me why we went with 11 and tell me what we think we'd find in the other 39 if we extrapolate.
So part of this was surely a budget decision on my part. We actually overspent the budget on this project by double. So Baker Tilly did not charge a significant amount of money to the city for this work that was done. And I was at a position of, you know, we've already answered what we felt was the scope based on how, you know, the audit team ended up scoping the work and presented the findings. And so this was in an effort to shed additional light. But so for me, it was, I don't have time, quite frankly, to go into all 50, but let's look at a sample of those. It was a judgmental sample, so I looked at some of the bigger contracts. I looked at the contracts that failed our testing to just see what had happened in those instances.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I am prepared to make a motion if that's where we are. Okay, I move that we approve the procurement process review audit.
I'll second. You want to speak to your motion?
I think I already have. Thank you.
Okay, I don't need to speak to the second. But again, we can continue now the discussion. Councilmember Vinker.
Yeah, I just want to very briefly say that I appreciate Councilmember Tanaka's concern and persistence on this issue. Being good stewards of the city's budget and resources is one of our top responsibilities as council members. That said, I appreciate this audit and we'll be supporting the motion. I just wanted to take a moment to lift up that in the draft Baker Tilly report attached to the staff report on page 271 of our packet, there's an item, organizational strengths, and I thought it was worth lifting up because it says, during this audit activity, we noted the expertise and the responsiveness demonstrated by the procurement team, notably the chief procurement officer and assistant director. We also observed their willingness to provide and receive feedback regarding the procurement process flowcharts, which includes their receptiveness to process improvements. And I think that's really important that when you have people who are in positions of responsibility like this, that they will listen to the auditors. It's never particularly everybody's favorite thing to be audited on process and stuff, but to take that, you know, with a good attitude and willingness to receive feedback is terrific. And I just wanted to commend staff for that.
I just have one question. 6 contracts found to not have included all the key documentation. I don't know, auditor can speak to this. Were we able to determine whether that information existed and was just simply mistakenly left out of the contract? What follow-up was done there?
Mike, are you able to speak to that?
Yes, good question. It was undetermined why it wasn't available.
Okay. And does staff have any additional information?
David Ramberg, Assistant Director of ASD. In 2 cases, we had a slight disagreement with the city auditor. There were 2 instances in which they indicated that their opinion was that we should have an Appendix E for 2 exemptions. Our current practice is that there's a broad array of exemptions that are outlined in the municipal code. Our practice is to require an exemption approval process through the Appendix E form for those that require a judgment call by staff and need to be authorized all the way through the organization. There are a number of exemption points in the municipal code that are that point to exemptions by definition. One of those examples is, not to call on Molly's group, but legal contracts are exempt by definition. So we don't prepare a form when they are exempt by definition. And there's a host of other examples in the municipal code that have those similar types of defined exemptions. And so to lessen the burden of administrative processing, we don't push a form through the process for that. And we've worked closely with our partners in the organization to validate that as an appropriate process. And we had two examples where the city auditor thought that we might should have had an Appendix E in those instances. And we did talk with them and we acknowledged that they were going to go forward with that opinion. And we did point out subsequently in our conversation with them that we did not have an Appendix E for the reasons I just stated.
Thanks for that clarification. Vice Mayor?
Yes, just one question. Ms. Murdoch, isn't it typical that you would use sample sizing as you did, as opposed to count the whole 50 in an audit?
So
that's normal procedure usually, correct?
So the 50 was a statistical sample. So that was the sample that was taken for the purpose of the audit. When Policy and Services Committee members asked for additional information, we first looked at how long is it going to take to get this additional information and to dig into these contracts again, given that many of the original audit team were no longer on staff. And so from that, it was like, it's going to take a couple hours for each. So I made an executive decision that we would only look at 11. And
Are you saying,
looked at the ones that were of most concern to me.
But what I'm saying, my understanding of audits is that that's not unusual, that you wouldn't look at all 50 in the sample size.
Sure. Yes, that's an accurate statement.
Right. So I think the point is, we got a very high quality audit here. And you went above and beyond by sort of, quote, spending your own money to give us more than we gave you the scope of work for. So I thank you for that. And I think the public should know that it's a high quality audit, and even the sample size came down to 96% reliable. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And back to Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah. So as you guys know, we outsource a tremendous amount of work, and that's why I really focus so much on this procurement issue. But yeah, I do also want to acknowledge that I appreciate Baker Tilly's work on this, and you didn't charge us extra for the extra work that you guys had to do. So I appreciate that, and I hope that in future audits you guys can do a lot more around the performance of the procurement, because I think we could do better. But to actually measure, it's hard to know. And then back to the comment that the mayor made about the reasons are in the staff report. I'm not talking about this staff report. I'm talking about other staff reports. So I think you misunderstood what I said. Basically, a lot of times there are multiple bids, and when there are multiple bids, sometimes the bids are nixed, and there's not a reason why there was nixed in those staff reports. That's what I was referring to, not this staff report. So I just want to be clear on that. And then my final comment here is, so like tonight we had this $750,000 renewal extension basically, and for me, if I was going to renew contract with someone, I would want to know, how did they do? Was it a good performance, bad performance? Like there should be at least maybe one sentence about like how did they do, right? But in all the extensions I've seen, staff, for whatever reason, doesn't really put down how they did. What is your assessment? Now, it can be implied that because they're doing the renewal, that they must have done a good job, but I don't know. And sometimes I hear from others, like my colleague, who says, "Oh no, they did a terrible job," and that makes me worry. So I guess I think vendor management is actually really important, and one really important piece of vendor management
is how did the vendor do? Like we spent all this time screening the contractors, the vendors, and trying to figure out who's the right one. But do we ever look back, do some sort of retrospective as did they clean the sidewalk well? Did they, put the jumpy house correct? I don't know, whatever the vendor is supposed to do, did they do what they said they were going to do? Like, I mean, I think, we heard the speaker earlier today who complained about the middle school track issue, right? And, I had office hours with a guy and you guys told me about how I guess this was staff, this is a different issue, but he was saying that or maybe it was the vendor we were using to buy the jerseys was like months late. And so the kids didn't have jerseys in time, right? So stuff like that, and I hope we didn't use that vendor again, whoever that vendor was. But it just seems to be no reflection as to how did the vendor perform when for the services rendered, and that also bugged me. And so when I see that, and I see no comment at all about the performance, it just makes me wonder how was the performance? How was the vendor managed? Are we even looking at the quality of the work that was done? So and so if I see that, and I don't see that in the staff report about how they did, I'm going to vote no on it. So I don't know if the auditor, if that's something that you guys can do in the future about just trying to measure, I think it's part of the procurement, but also the management of the vendor. Do we check to see that they did what they said they were going to do on time?
All right. See no other lights. Let's take the vote.
Actually, you didn't give her a chance to respond. Are
you looking for a response from me on this?
Yeah, if you can. I was just asking whether it's just something you guys could do in terms of as part of maybe a future audit in terms of performance of contracts.
Sure. I mean, I don't want to offer up too many opinions on something that I haven't researched currently, but I would say, I think that there are ways to work into contracts, performance measures, expectations, and I think that is often a way that is done. I, again, don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know if there are liability concerns with putting a vendor performance in a document like a staff report, if that opens the city up to any, if the vendor, for example, disagrees and feels that they're being, so I don't know what goes into that. So that is something that I would need to research to provide a more, educated response on.
All right. Now we can take the vote.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lefcotte-Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, everyone. With that, we're adjourned.